The board will now come to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Brownie. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Present.
Alderman Oldenburg. Present. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Spencer. 12 present. You have quorum.
A quorum being present, we will be led in an opening prayer by Father Jack Seifert of St. Ambrose Catholic Church. Father.
I was once told that the language of the Almighty is silence. Let us please be silent for a moment to pray for our friends, our neighbors, our fellow St. Louisans who have been gifted with the title of city officials. On this Tuesday morning in this historic building, we have much to be thankful for and much to pray for. Let us be thankful for the city of St. Louis, its multicultural beauty, its history, and of course, its sports teams. Let us be thankful for those who have been and are government officials for this historic city, for what they have done, they are doing, and what they will do. Let us be thankful for the many generations of faithful St. Louis who have built this proud metropolitan area. Let us pray that every segment of the population is shown dignity. Let us pray for those elected to public office that when things go poorly, as they sometimes do, they don't get too low. And when things go really well, they don't get too high, but they stay steady, resolved, and committed to do the will of the people who have elected them. Let us pray that our city officials are given sound and reasonable judgment for all decisions that affect part or all of us in St. Louis. Let us pray that those elected to city government can make the city safer, more prosperous, and the envy of every town in the U.S. Let us pray for civil discussion, civil disagreement, civility, respect for the other, even when there are disagreements. Let us pray for the success of our city elected officials, for when they work together to get things done, we all win. Amen.
We will dispense with line item 4 to take up our special order of the day. If all newly elected or re-elected alder folks could please come to the dais to be sworn in.
Good morning. I am Amber Boykin Sims, the City Registrar. You're about to take your official oath of office. When it comes to the point in the oath, you can either swear or affirm your qualifications. You can use either word. Please raise your right hand. Now repeat after me. I state your name. Now repeat after me. Of the City of St. Louis, in the state of Missouri, having been elected by the qualified voters of the City of St. Louis to the position of member of the Board of Alderpersons from the and state your ward of the City of St. Louis. Do solemnly swear or affirm, you can use either word, that I have all the qualifications and am not subject to any of the disqualifications named in the charter for the office or employment I'm about to assume, that I will support the Constitution of the United States and of this state, and the charter and ordinances of the city, that I will be influenced only by the consideration of fitness in the appointment, promotion, demotion, suspension, or discharge of officers or employees, that I will not expend nor authorize the expenditure of money otherwise than for the adequate consideration and efficient service to the city, and will faithfully discharge the duties of my office or employment. You may lower your hands on behalf of myself, the citizens of the City of St. Louis, the Honorable Megan Green. We want to thank you for your service to the City of St. Louis, and I want you to have an awesome rest of your day. Congratulations.
Appreciate the enthusiasm, Tom, as always. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone. Alderman Orion. Alderman Devoti. Alderwoman Velasquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Present.
14 present, you have quorum.
Welcome back, everyone. This time we will move to introduction of honored guests, and we'll go through in numerical order, starting with the first ward. Alderwoman from the first.
Thank you very much, Madam President and members of the board. It is so exciting to be back here today. My honored guests are my parents, Gordon and Jane Schweitzer. I think I've said this every time I've stood up here. This is my third time now winning election and being back on the board, and so I'm really grateful for that. But every time I've stood up here, I've said that my parents have shown me an example of public service. It was really the entirety of my life just drilled into my head that we have to serve the city of St. Louis and the people who live here. This is our home, and it is our duty to take good care of it and make it a place people want to live. So I'm very proud that they're here and just honored to have them as my guests, and I can't wait to serve with all of you. Thank you to everyone who helped on my campaign. So many people in this room did so much to help as well, and I really appreciate every little bit of that, and I'm just really grateful to be back. Thank you.
Alderman from the 3rd.
Thank you, Madam President. I have this morning with me as my honored guest, my partner, Darren Hayes. And my alder dog, Roxy, is in my office. If any of you want to go visit her, she would be more than amenable and happy to see you for some hugs and pets. But she has been with me since my first year being elected down here at the Board of Aldermen. And so this is kind of a happy moment to always be able to bring her with me. I am so thankful to have Darren with me, but I wouldn't be here without the support of so many friends, neighbors, colleagues, and supporters. Generally, as many of you know, I've ran unopposed several times. This is my 6th swearing in, and the first time I've had opposition in those 5 re-election cycles. So I do want to take a moment, because normally I don't take that much time during these ceremonies, but I want to thank many of my neighbors who are out there supporting me, writing postcards, knocking doors, making phone calls, sending text messages. Natalie Hill, Molly and Wally Peel, Greg Brown, Jimmy Lappy, Kaya Alfaro, John Chen, Mimo Davis, John Gaskin, Beverly Hughes, Yvonne Houston, Alana Green, Don Massey, Matthew Stanley, Nate Lindsay, Stacy Harvenden, Tasha and Chip Smith, my friends in labor who are out knocking doors, helping me as well. Clint McBride, Tom Malachek are actually up here, who have been wonderful friends over many, many, many years. But also John Stifler, Kim Bartholomew, were kind of my ride or dies oftentimes throughout this. And if you know the two of them, they don't always get along. So it was pretty awesome to be able to have both of them in my corner during this very spirited campaign. And so I just want to also thank my friends and family, some of whom aren't here. My mother, as many of you know, passed away 8 years ago, and she was always tremendously proud. And it's really awesome during these cycles when you have so much going on that you often will still run into people who may have been friends with them, who they've impacted throughout their lives, even though they're not here. And I have some of my constituents, some of my neighbors who are dear friends of my mom, and when I knocked on their door, literally made me fall into tears with giant hugs and warm wishes and calls to action to get their neighbors involved. And so my mom, Carol, who can't be here today, she's always with me in spirit, and my grandparents, who also taught me the virtues of community service and giving back to community and getting involved in our community to make it a better place. I love them dearly, always will. And to Darren's family, who has adopted me over the years as their own, I love them greatly, and just was over in Southern Illinois celebrating his mom's birthday this past weekend. They mean the world to me as well, and even though they're not here with me in this moment, they are definitely here in spirit, celebrating on the sidelines. You know, 16 years ago, I was elected as the first openly LGBTQ person down here. I want to thank my legislative assistant, Sean Stokes, for all of his hard work the last 2 years. There was a bit of homophobia that I had to deal with in that first campaign. And I always tell people campaigns are just a glimpse into public service. You know, the politics don't stop on the campaign trail. They continue, whether that's here at City Hall or even in neighborhood association meetings. You know, it's just that everyone kind of gets a glimpse of it in that very public moment of a campaign. And being the first openly LGBTQ person in city government, we've been able to do a lot. There's still a lot more work to do, and stand in solidarity with anyone who has been disenfranchised or their communities have been disenfranchised. And I think we've got a wonderful opportunity ahead of us to raise up everyone in the city of St. Louis. And I look forward to working with all of you down here to make sure that we do that. Thank you.
Alderman from the 5th.
I think the hardest thing I was worried about was making sure this mic works, so that's done. I do want to mention a handful of people that are here today, and I'd like to start up in the gallery. First and foremost, my mom and dad, Bonnie and Joe. The alderman from the 1st mentioned the example that her parents set with respect to public service. It's no different in my house. They were the example from day one on doing things behind the scene without thought of any thank you, any award, any acknowledgement. And they are, I think, why I'm here today without that basis. So Mom and Dad, thank you very much. Also here in the gallery are my in-laws, Tony and Gail Russo. They have adopted me as their son, one of 3 son-in-laws. And again, thank you for all of your support. And then there's my brother, Tony, the chef. I am here despite him. So, with respect to the folks on the floor, I am surrounded here, I think, by the biggest group. And this is my crew, with the exception of my 4-year-old Peter, who we didn't trust today. My oldest, Joseph, followed by Sophia, Nick, who came in from Mizzou, my 8-year-old Lily. And Lily, and I know I had an uncontested campaign, which drives many of you crazy, and I get that. First time through, right? But right here was my assistant campaign manager. When I knocked on doors, when I was out knocking on doors or I needed a plant to sign, this was the kid that said, "Dad, can I?" So watch out for her in about 20 years. And then finally, with respect to the folks that are here, of course, my wife, Lauren. When word began to get out that Alderman Vollmer was not going to seek re-election, I sat down with him, of course, at a corner table at Milo's, and we had a long discussion. And I came home and I told Lauren what I was thinking about doing. And he asked 2 questions. Question number 1 was, "Are you sure?" And I said, "Yes, I am sure. I want to do this." Question number 2 was, without hesitation, "What can I do?" And throughout all of this, anything I asked, Lauren was there. So thank you. And then finally, because I know who I'm following here, whose comment was always brevity, brevity, brevity. I know he's not here today, but I would be remiss without acknowledging Alderman Vollmer. I was here yesterday, and I heard the tributes. I've lived in the neighborhood, the Hill, for many, many years. In fact, our house backs up to Milo's alley. So I am very, very familiar with Joe's personality, his work ethic, and what he meant to the people on the Hill. I might be able to literally fill his 12-foot shoes, but I know there is no way I can follow in with that personality. And I'm not going to try. I'm going to be myself. But I do pledge to the residents of the Hill, Southwest Garden, North and Southampton that I will do my best, as he directed me, to always keep the interest of my neighborhoods in mind in any activity I take. So, thank you for listening to me, and I turn it back over. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Congratulations. Alderwoman from the 7th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, everyone else. It is such an exciting day. First and foremost, I definitely want to thank God. I think it really takes a certain type of spiritual endurance to get through a political climate in these days. And then right after that, I want to thank my mom, who is here with me today. I love you so much, and I'm so glad that you could be here next to me today. My mom is the person where after I'm done praying that I can't say in an interview, I call and say. So I just really thank you for always being a listening ear for me, for always believing, for always encouraging me. I always say, you know, to this day, every time I've come to you with an idea, you've never, ever told me I couldn't do it. Always believed that I could do whatever I wanted to do, and I really appreciate that, and I'm so grateful for the work ethic that you instilled with me. You know, I hope that, I feel like you made so many sacrifices when you were trying to raise, you know, me and my sibling, and I hope that today is one of those days where you get to get some of the fruits of your labor, and every time you see me do something, I hope you know it's very much because of what you've done for me. And I'll never be able to repay you, but I hope today is just a little bit of gratitude and you feel a little bit of appreciation. My Pops is here with me as well. Thank you, Pops. He is not a cameraman. He wants me to talk about him as short as possible, but for me being a starter, he would not be sitting there. But you know that I love you so, so dearly. I appreciate your encouragement so, so much. You are still one of the best poll greeters in the game. So thank you for that. And then I also have my lovely cousin who was here with me today as well, Ashley. Everybody should have a cousin like Ashley because Ashley is the type of person that can go anywhere with you at any time and do anything. And being my cousin means sometimes I'm like, let's go volunteer at the shelter. Let's go to the gala. And whatever I want to do, my cousin is always down. And so thank you, Ashley. I look forward to our cousinhood and really our sisterhood over the next 4 years. And then after my family, after my friends, you know, to the 7th Ward, it has been such an honor to serve you all for 2 years. I have grown as a woman and as a leader in tremendous, immeasurable ways because of the opportunity that you all have given me. And I just appreciate, I think it's such a testament to be getting reelected at 29 years old, and this time even stronger than last time. And I'm so appreciative of that. I look forward to everything we have in store. And I really appreciate the way that just as a community, I think there's a lot of times where honestly Black women don't feel very supported in the political space. I felt so supported in my community. I felt so supported when it was time to do all of the things that we have to do to get here and to stay here. And I just, you know, my call to the board would be, you know, we have to keep there's going to be a lot of important decisions and policies over the next few years, and I want you all to stay just engaged as you are. And to everyone else here, I cannot name all of the organizations and unions and individuals and even colleagues who were very supportive, who sent little supportive text messages and thank yous. And I know sometimes those were missed in the brink of everything, but just to anybody who is watching or present, if you've done anything to affirm me or even to affirm one of my colleagues, I'm really grateful and appreciative of that because that really does make a difference. You're having a tough day, you're reading a nasty mailer, and you look at your phone and you get positive messages, and that really helps. And certainly a lot of my colleagues, especially you all, reached out and were supportive in that way. So thank you for that. And to the city of St. Louis, I am just so grateful to have the honor to continue to be a leader, to have the honor to continue to have conversations. And I hope that the city holds myself and my colleagues accountable to making it about you and not about us as individuals. And you can start by doing that mantle with me, but I hope that that is the expectation, period, as we go forward. Thank you.
Alderman from the 9th.
I'd like to start by just saying thank you to everybody. My honored guest is my wife today, Sarah Cogan, who, if you know us, you know that I could not do this job without her. I also want to say thank you to my parents, my mom, whose birthday it was yesterday, so happy birthday, Mom, and my dad, who passed several years ago but is still with me every day. I want to say a special thank you to the people of the 9th. It was stunning to me that after 2 years of hard work, I could go unopposed in re-election, and yet it also feels like people are putting their trust in me. And so I want to let people know that I'm going to keep working just as hard as I worked the last 2 years. I'm going to keep working hard to represent you, to make sure that our city is able to succeed. I think this is a day of celebration, and I don't want to bring the mood down, but I think we're headed for a tough 4 years. And so I want to make sure that people understand that we here at this body are going to lead with integrity, with empathy, with everything we need to get this city through this, because we know this is a wonderful, beautiful city, and at the end of the day, it's our job to keep it moving forward. So I'm especially excited to continue to serve with my colleagues. Welcome back, all of you who ran for re-election. That's something exciting too, that I'm able to spend the time with the people that I just spent the last 2 years with. And welcome to our newest member. Excited to spend and work with you. So I'll wrap it up, but I just, again, I want to say that this is a wonderful city and it's an honor to serve. Thank you.
Alderwoman from the 11th.
Testing. All right, here I am. It is so wonderful to be back in this room. You know, oftentimes when I leave the Board of Aldermen, I leave with, in the mighty name of Jesus, I will be back. So in his name, I am here, and I am so thankful to him. That being said, I want to thank so many people, and especially the people of the elevated 11th Ward. The people of the ward who have continued to reinvest in their community, and they've invested their trust in me, and I will continue to have that level of allegiance to my city and to the people of the elevated 11th Ward. I want to thank my husband, soon to be 39 years, got married on our lunch hour, went back to work the same day. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here with me today. Our 4 sons and their my 2 daughters in love. One's in Germany, my oldest son, Philip, who is in Germany with his beautiful wife, Anna Nicola, and my son, Joshua, and his wife, Keandria. And they helped to make me members of the Granny Caucus. That I love that term. I love the term Granny Caucus. So I want to let's stop making that a negative. I dig being a granny. Okay? That's what's up. So I want to thank all of the members of the clergy, Pastor Riley, Pastor Lemons, Pastor Tyler, Pastor Harris, so many of the churches in the 11th Ward who prayed with me, who stayed with me. I was raised Catholic, so, you know, but I love Baptist church, so I guess I'm cheating on the Catholic Church. But I have really enjoyed my interactions, excuse me, with all of the various congregations and churches. Did I say Pastor Lemons? He was another one that, you know, man, I'm telling you, we got some great churches in the 11th Ward. You're looking for a home church, come to the 11th Ward. I want to thank Malik Sims. I want to thank NATO, Shedrick Kelly. I want to thank Audrey. These are my ride or die people. So Audrey and I grew up in the same church, St. Teresa's Church, which is now Josephine Bakita. And so we reconnected as I became the 11th Ward Alderwoman. I used to babysit her daughter. And so her husband, Michael has been instrumental in helping me with the baby box bill that hopefully we're going to be getting soon. And just, man, there's so many people. I couldn't do anything without my legislative assistant, Marlene Davis, her wealth of information. Man, it is just so beautiful that she's taking this journey with me. Let's see, who else? I don't want to forget anybody, but I know I am. Please charge it to my head and not to my heart. This was a hard-fought race. When I tell you, every day it was a battle. But I remain resolute in that my allegiance, I'm going to say it again because you need to have this same thing, every one of my colleagues. Your allegiance is to the city of St. Louis and to the people of your respective ward. No one else, no other entity. That is the mission, and I'm about that work. All right, thank you.
Alderwoman from the 13th.
Can you hear me? Okay. All right. Okay. I am humbly honored, not because I'm standing here as re-elected, but I'm humbly honored because I have people that have came to support me and congratulate me. And as you can hear, my husband thinks he runs everything. And so I am humbly honored that I have people that came from a community that I raised my children from, Walnut Park. We have Mr. and Mrs. Teddy Willingham here. I have one of my business owners, Mr. Paul Simon. For people that don't know, we have a pet grooming in our ward. And then we have Steve-O, as everybody calls him, that works for the sheriff's office. And then I have, as my kids say, my pick, my son-in-law, Lieutenant Colonel Brian Cousins. So I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for my husband and my children, because they continuously support me. We have those conversations. As another older person said, that they lean on their mother, but I lean on my husband and my children because they help me through the day when it gets rough. They help me through the time when I think I can't go any further. But it can't happen without the residents that are within my ward that continuously keep encouraging me. Somebody said when you get that bad email, then you get a resident to say thank you because you continuously keep pushing for us. So my legislative assistant has been getting a lot of slack from other people. And they say, you still work for that lady? And he was like, yeah, why? That lady crazy. And so it's not that I'm crazy, it's that I care about the Lucky 13. I'm compassionate and I know what we can be about. And so Darrell Henderson and myself are a team, and we fight hard and heavy for that ward. We make sure that we do what needs to be done. I'd be remiss if I didn't remember Hassan Cherie and his mom, Pam Pope, because those are the people in the community that kept fighting and saying, we want more. We want to do more in our community. So I want to thank everybody and thank my colleagues that continuously support me and make me feel like this is all worth it. Because somebody said, are you sure you want to do this one more time? I said, yeah, I'm sure. We're going to try this and make this change in our community. So it's not about me, it's about the city of St. Louis as a whole. And until we work in partnership, and it's not one side against the other, we'll never move this city to a higher level. So I look forward for an exciting session. I know we're going to have a lot of conversations, but let's get the work done. Thank you.
Let's give all of our newly elected and re-elected alder people one more big round of applause. With that, is there any further introduction of honored guests from alders that have not, I was going to say that haven't been recognized, but go ahead, Alderwoman from the 7th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I wanted to let Alderwoman from the 13th go, but I did want to acknowledge Tony Cousins, who is in the room with us and who served on the Board of Education as president. I had the opportunity to serve with us, and she's here today. I didn't want to go before your mom, but I did want to acknowledge you for being here today, and thank you for your service to our
Alderwoman from the 12th.
Madam President, members of the board, I'd like to acknowledge two people that I have served with, some before I even came to the Board of Aldermen, and that would be Steve Chalmers, if he's still here. He may have left. There he is. He was my partner in crime when I was a member of the Public Defender's Office, and we've been riding or die since, I guess it's been 1989 or so. The other person that was here, and I guess he has, I don't see him, was Greg Daly. When I got elected in 1991, Greg Daly was Tom Villa's, one of his special assistants. And we've been together serving in one way or another since 1991. I've never been had a reason to call on Mr. Daly that he hasn't been willing to help out or do whatever he can. I appreciate his longevity in service, and I look forward to working with him and Mr. Chalmers, among others, for many more years to come. And welcome, thank you so much for the friendship you provided in the political arena over the years.
Alderman from the 14th.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. First, I want to also congratulate all my colleagues from the 1st, the 3rd, our new colleague of the 5th Ward, the 7th, the 9th, the 11th, elevated 11th, as well as the 13th for returning back. If we can give them another round of applause. And as my honored guests today, I have two amazing individuals who are great folks that live in the 14th Ward, the mighty 14th. I introduced her yesterday, but I didn't know she would be here today. I would have saved it. But first, I would like to introduce Ms. Rosalind Guy, who is behind me, as well as my co-partner in the 14th Ward. She is a committee woman of the 14th Ward, Ms. Lucinda Bosley, who also serves as a deputy in the Recorder of Deeds office. If you can make them feel welcome, I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Any further introduction of honored guests? Any further introduction of honored guests? Alderman from the 3rd.
Thank you, Madam President. And the excitement, I think I mentioned her name, but I just want to make sure, because she has literally been with me through thick and thin for so many years, Lori Lampridge, who is a dear friend and neighbor of mine, who was my first campaign manager, actually, 16 years ago. And I think I mentioned her name earlier, but if not, I just want to make sure that I did. And even if I did, I'm going to say it again, because she is someone who is near and dear to me, and couldn't do the work that I do without her. And I also, since we're thanking our neighbors and constituents, we have two of the 3rd Ward residents, the thriving 3rd Ward, as I started to call it on the campaign trail. Ms. Ora Heggs and Mr. Joe Brown are both 3rd Ward residents, and thank you for calling the 3rd Ward home, and I would love to have both of them as my honored guests this morning.
Any further introduction of honored guests? Alderwoman from the 11th.
There we go. So I was talking about the 4 men that I raised. A lot of people say I raised 4 boys. I raised 4 men. And I said the name of two, but I don't want to get in trouble. So I did not mention Matthew, and I did not mention Joshua. And so my four men are Philip, Matthew, Jacob, and Joshua. And my two grandbabies, Raina and Lunaria. But I also want to acknowledge my committee woman and my committee man. My committee woman is Amber Cole. She has truly been a ride or die person, friend. She calls me because she is also in ministry. And this morning, she recorded a prayer for me. And so, but that's so like her to do that on a regular basis, because she knows that you have to be fortified in the Lord to try to do this work. And so she sent me an audio prayer this morning. And Amber, I thank you so much. Hopefully I didn't forget anybody else. I want to thank all of the labor unions that supported me, our fire department, our police department, all of those services throughout the city. We've got an amazing refuse and forestry department, and they have worked so amazingly well with me over these 2 years. And I always like to remind people the city is hiring. We need more good people to help do this work, because the work is a lot. And hopefully we can get more people on board to help to keep our city clean and looking well. Thank you.
Any further introduction of honored guests? Any further introduction of honored guests? Seeing none, we will dispense with line item 6, report of city official.
Report of city officials can be found in A, B, C, and D of the agenda and has been placed in the Google Drive for your review.
And we will also dispense with line items 8 through 11, first reading of board bills.
We have none.
We can dispense with line item 12, reference to committee of board bills.
We have none.
We can dispense with line item 13, second reading and report of standing committees.
Report from the Rules and Legislation Committee.
Alderwoman from the 6th, you are recognized on the report from the Legislation and
Thank you, Madam President. I want to report out that the Legislation and Rules Committee met yesterday with members, with newly elected members, and accepted their credentials. And with that, I move for the full board to accept this report.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 6th, seconded by the Alderman from the 3rd, that we accept the report of credentials from the Legislation and Rules Committee. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Report of special committees.
We have none.
We can dispense with line item 15, perfection consent calendar.
We have none.
We can dispense with line item 16A, board bills for perfection.
We have none.
We can dispense with line item 16B, report of engrossment.
We have none.
We can dispense with line item 17, third reading and final passage of board bills consent.
We have none.
We can dispense with line item 18A, third reading and final passage of board bills.
We have none.
We can dispense with line item 18B, report of the finally passed and signed by the President.
We have none.
We can dispense with line item 19. First reading of resolutions in reference to committees. We are going to go ahead and take up resolution 2 first and come back to resolution 1 after the inauguration. That resolution will take longer than the others.
Resolution 2, sponsored by President Green and Alderman Browning, hiring of the staff.
Alderman from the 9th, you are recognized on the first reading of resolution number.
Thank you. I would move that we pass resolution number 2.
Would you like to request unanimous consent?
I would like to do that. I'd like to request unanimous consent on resolution 2.
Hearing no objection, you may proceed.
Okay. I would move that we pass resolution.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 9th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 7th, that we adopt resolution number 2. Alderman, you may proceed.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief. This is a simple resolution to rename our staff for this board. We all know the staff keeps us going here, and we could not be more grateful for them. So we'd like to bring all these people back, and as well as a couple of vacant positions that we intend to fill. With that, I'll take any questions or debate if anyone has any.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, it's been moved by the Alderman from the 9th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 7th, that we adopt resolution number 2. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Resolution number 3, sponsored by President Green and Alderman Aldridge. Printing of the journal.
Alderman from the 14th, you are recognized on the first reading of resolution number 3.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I move for unanimous consent on resolution number 3.
Hearing no objection, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I move to adopt resolution number.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 14th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 7th, that we adopt resolution number 3. Alderman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Resolution number 3 is a resolution that we've done in the past where we're just talking about the printing of the journal and making sure that the journal is printed, which the clerk will prepare and make sure that it's indexed and that his office will have when it comes to making sure the journal is printed. And with that, I will open up for any discussion.
Any further discussion? Alderman from the 3rd?
Is this on? I think the Alderwoman from the 12th and I might be asking the same question. So sorry, Alderwoman, if I steal your thunder here, but
I have a comment.
Would the Alderman from the 14th please yield for questioning?
Sure.
Alderman from the 14th yield to questioning from the Alderman from the 3rd?
Yes.
May I proceed, Madam President?
You
Thank
may proceed.
Alderman, have there been any conversations around not publishing the journal and instead moving this to an online publication?
I think we have been, for the last 2 years, carrying this resolution. I brought that up as well, of making sure that the journal is digital because, you know, we don't want to waste paper. So I think those conversations are continuing to happen.
Okay. I think it's been going on for longer than 2 years. I think between the Alderwoman of the 12th and myself, we brought it up every single time we've had these meetings. But, you know, I think it's important that we start moving into that 21st century mentality. And I know we've been making a lot of upgrades in terms of being able to meet virtually and accommodate constituents in the public online and things of that nature. So this would be a wonderful thing for us to take on this session and make sure that we can move forward so that we can ensure that we're saving some trees, saving the environment, and being conscientious of those going forward. That's the remainder of my questions. Thank you, Madam President.
Alderwoman from the 12th.
So the Alderman from the 3rd basically said what I was going to say, except for I want to take it a little further. I think the reason that we're doing this is, Madam President, members of the board, is because there's some parts in the charter that address that. And when we're often talking about charter reform, this is the one we need to. We're just burning through trees. We talk about we're green, but we're not. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't have some printed because you can go to the registrars, but they should be online. I have a stack of them like this. You don't go through them mostly. And so it's a ridiculous thing that we do. If somebody wants them, I'm not saying you can't get a printed one. I'm saying that doesn't make a lot of sense. And so I am going to introduce a board bill to change the charter. And I'm hoping that I have a lot of co-sponsors with that because we should ask for a charter change and we should not be printing up these journals, which most people don't even read, I think. And that was just my comment I had. Thank you.
Alderman from the, is there any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 1st.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I am seeing on here in the final clause that in no event shall this exceed 15 copies total of printed pages. And I'm apologize, I did not look at the resolution from last year to see if that were different, but is it possible to do a friendly amendment where we have maybe printed copies total?
Sir, you cut out for a second. How
Right.
many-
It says but in no event to exceed 15 copies total of printed copies. So if we make a friendly amendment to this resolution, we may be able to handle, having some versions printed, which would make the charter satisfy the charter, but also perhaps have fewer versions printed. So if the alderman from the 14th would yield to questions.
The alderman from the 14th yields to questioning from the alderwoman from the 1st.
I do.
Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Alderman from the 14th, would you be comfortable changing that number to fewer printed copies?
I would not. I have not looked at the charter when it comes to this. If it says it has to be 15, or so, I would not be opposed. But it doesn't say, so I would not be opposed to that friendly amendment.
Yeah, so perhaps we could have one printed copy for a record.
One printed copy among requests from if people want another one.
It says, right, so prepared, inbound, in printed format numbers to be determined by the clerk, but in no event to exceed 15 copies total. So if we had,
Are you fine with 3?
I'm fine with 3.
Okay. I would take a friendly amendment for 3 if you.
I am fine with that. Thank you, Alderman from the 14th.
Thank you.
Alderwoman from the 1st, will you make a formal motion for
I
that
move
amendment?
to make an amendment to the 6th clause, saying that it shall be in no event to exceed 3, parentheses, the number 3 copies total.
It's been moved by the alderwoman from the 1st, seconded by the alderwoman from the 6th, that we adopt amendment number 1 to resolution number 3. Any discussion? Alderwoman from the 12th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. So I'm going to step on my own toe a little bit and say that we need to ask the other aldermen. I think why they said no more than 14, and I think if we developed a form saying, do you want this printed copy or not, that would be the better way to do it, because there might actually be some people who want it, and the clerk doesn't have to print any more than the people reply to him saying they want one. I think that would be better than the amendment, because we haven't asked the other alder people if they want that or not. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Alderman from the 4th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I agree with the. I think that some language like a certain number, except upon request, would make sense. We've seen unforeseen circumstances come up in the past, and I would hate to see us in a situation where aldermen couldn't get something that they were requesting that would help them do their job. That's all.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? It's been moved by the alderwoman from the 1st, seconded by the alderwoman from the 7th, that we adopt amendment number 1 to resolution number 3. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. I think the ayes have it. Motion carries. Alderwoman from the 1st.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. I move that we recess until 12 noon today.
It's been moved by the alderwoman from the 1st, seconded by the alderwoman from the 7th, that we recess until 12 noon. It is for, the charter says that we must swear in the mayor in the Board of Aldermen chambers at noon. Okay. So we don't want to take up more business until we do that. So it's been moved by the alderwoman from the 1st, seconded by the alderwoman from the 7th, that we adjourn, or we recess until 12 noon. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We are in recess till noon. registrar to swear in our next mayor of the city of St. Louis, Kara Spencer.
Good morning again. I am Amber Boykin Sims, the city registrar. You're about to take your official oath of office. When it comes to the point in the oath, I'm going to ask that you either swear or affirm your qualifications. Please raise your right hand. Now repeat after me. I state your name.
Kara Spencer,
Of the city of St. Louis,
of the city of St. Louis,
the state of Missouri,
the state of Missouri,
having been elected
having been elected
by the qualified voters
by the qualified voters
of the city of St. Louis
of the city of St. Louis
to the position
of mayor
of the city of St.
of
Louis,
the city of St. Louis,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I have all the qualifications
that I have all of the qualifications
to the position
to the position
of mayor
of mayor,
and not subject to
and am not subject to
any of the disqualifications
any of the disqualifications
named in the charter
named in the charter
for the office
for the office
or employment
I'm
about to assume,
I'm about to assume,
that I will support
that I will support
the Constitution
the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and of this state,
and of this state,
and the charter and ordinances
and the charter and ordinances
of the city,
of the city,
that I will be
influenced
only by
enforced only by
the consideration of fitness
the consideration and fitness
in the appointment,
promotion,
demotion, suspension, or discharge of officers or employees, that I will not expend nor authorize the expenditure of money otherwise than for the adequate consideration and efficient service to the city, and will faithfully discharge the duties of my office or employment. You may lower your hand. On behalf of myself and the citizens of the city of St. Louis, we want to thank you for your service to the city of St. Louis. Congratulations, the Honorable Mayor Kara Spencer.
Thank you.
And with that, I will entertain another motion to put us in recess so we may go to the inauguration. Alderwoman from the first.
You got to make that. I move that we recess until after the inauguration.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the first, seconded by the Alderwoman from the seventh, that we recess until the conclusion of the inauguration. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We are in recess. We are back from recess. Alderman from the 14th, you are recognized on the first reading of Resolution 1.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the board, I move unanimous consent for resolution number 1.
Hearing no objection, you may proceed. Alderman from the 14th, would you like to
Thank
make
you,
a
Madam President. I'd like to make a motion. We suspend the rules and introduce resolution.
Adopt.
suspension of the rules as a non-debatable motion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
I'm sorry, did we get a second for that?
There was a motion by the Alderman from the 14th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 1st.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Aye. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone. Alderman Narayan. Aye. Alderman Devoti.
Aye.
Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys. I'm sorry. Thank you. Alderwoman Tyus.
Pass.
Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge.
Aye.
President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye.
The great thing if it don't happen.
Alderwoman Keys.
It's not a lose.
Alderwoman Tyus.
Present.
Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Sanye. Aye. Oh, I'm sorry, you said aye. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Keys, you said present.
Velasquez is over there.
You're only supposed to ask twice.
Alderwoman Velazquez now in the chamber.
Alderwoman Velazquez. Ten aye votes, 1 no vote, and 3 voted present.
By your vote, you sustain the motion from the Alderman from the 14th. Alderman from the 14th, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I move to adopt floor substitute to resolution number 1.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 14th, seconded by the Alderman from the 4th, that we adopt the floor substitute for resolution number 1. Is there any discussion? Alderwoman from the 12th, is your, are you standing for the motion to bring the floor substitute before us or to speak on the floor substitute?
I have a point of inquiry.
Sure.
Okay, so the floor substitute is a compilation of many rules, and I was just wondering if we could divide the question. Are we counting this as a full set of rules? Because they're each different rules, so I think I'm wanting to divide the question.
Roll call. Can you roll call that? No, you.
We're gonna fight. We're gonna fight. I'm going to divide the question, each and every one of them. You all are going to play hardball. You're going to act like you don't understand. We're going to show you how to play hardball. And I think I got that from somebody else in this room saying that.
Right. It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 12th, seconded by the Alderwoman 7th that we divide the question. What that means is we will be voting on each individual rule within the floor substitute and take up a vote of each rule by itself instead of voting on it as a package. With that, Alderman from the 14th, you are recognized on Rule 1 of the floor substitute.
Well, amendment number 1 is on
Rule 1.
Rule 1, amendment number 1. I make a motion. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry, Madam President.
You would need to make a motion to adopt Rule 1.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I'd like to make a motion to adopt Rule 1.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 14th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 6th, that we adopt Rule 1 in our rule packet. Is there any discussion on Rule 1? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying Alderman from the 3rd. Hold on for one minute. I'm clarifying something in the rules.
Technically, we have not yet adopted rules.
My apologies. Motion to divide the question does not fall under non-debatable motion, so we will be discussing the motion to divide the question before we actually divide the question. So at this point in time, Alderman from the 14th, you are recognized on, if you would like to speak on the motion to divide the question.
Excuse me, point of order. There is no debate on motion to divide the question. If the question can be divided,
we have to vote.
No, it is no. You divide the question. If it can be divided, you have to. You better, whoever's telling you that is not telling you the correct rule. When you do a motion to divide the question, it's not even a motion. I requested that you divide the question, and I retract the motion because you have to divide it.
It is a non-debatable motion that has to be voted on pursuant to Rule 43.
And I'm requesting that I retract my motion because it's not a motion. I want the question divided. Simple as that. So go look it up.
There's no motion. There is a motion. So we have to vote on the request to divide the question. So Madam Clerk, please call the roll. If you are voting yes, that means that you want to vote on every single rule individually in the rule book. If you vote no, that means you want to continue taking up the rules as a package. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. No. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Devoti.
You're not Narayan.
Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus.
There is no division, but you have to divide the question. And I'm going to ask for each vote. It doesn't make any difference. I'm going to ask for every one. We're going to talk about it all day long.
Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge.
No.
President Green.
No.
Alderman Oldenburg. Aye. Alderman Cone. No. Alderman Orion. Alderman Devoti.
No.
Five aye votes and 9 no votes.
By your vote, you failed to sustain the motion. Alderman from the 14th, you may proceed with resolution number 1, floor substitute.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I will take us on a journey of a nice cruise ship of some of what is in the floor substitute. So initially on the first page, where it says revised code, and everybody, the floor sub, if it's not on your desk, it's also in the drive so that we all can be following along. When we talk about the rules of the Board of Aldermen, where it says revised code, we added of the City of St. Louis or the revised statute of the State of Missouri. That would be on page 1. Throughout the table of contents, numbers got changed for the rules as things was added and shifted. So each rule number got shifted down, and also depending on under what bracket it had got potentially shifted down to. And also in the drive, on rule number 2, powers of duty, there was cleanup where we said pursuant to Rule 70 instead of, I think this was one of the...
Here.
Rule number 2, where we say pursuant to Rule 70, instead of saying when ready, we said pursuant to Rule 70. I think that actually will be one of the potential, not just cleanup, but one of the suggestions that actually came out of maybe a future amendment from the Alderwoman from the 12th. Also thought that was a good idea. We continue to do further cleanup when you got to Rule number 6 under regular and special meetings. We said in general, regular meetings shall generally, because sometimes the Board of Aldermen may not meet on a Friday at 10 a.m., so maybe we'll meet on a Tuesday, so we just put in general, and we said, but schedule may change, accommodating to the holidays that we have at the Board of Aldermen. In Rule 7, we scratched out resume meetings, because instead of doing a resume meeting, either it would be adjourned or we would potentially can go at ease, but instead of being a resume meeting, it would be an adjournment so that the meeting does not continue. In new rule number 8 in quorum, we just wanted to be very clear that the member must be physically present in the chamber or chamber rules or logged in via the board authorized through Zoom in order to be counted. In short terms for the quorum, you have to actually be present, either Zoom in committee room or on Zoom to be counted. Absence of a meeting. This is actually a charter fix. We scratched out, we cannot overcharge if there was a potential of like censorship or whatnot. We cannot overcharge. So that is just a charter change, is making sure that the correct amount is $10, not to exceed $800. Originally, it had said not to exceed $600,000. Rule number 11 was just another number change of the journal. Rule number 12, this is just making sure that the regular order of business, it is clear that when we get our agenda, and as we go through the regular order of business, we just added in reports of office, reports of officials, the clerk of the board, office of the mayor, office of the comptroller, and office of the president, as well as, like I said, did some cleanup to make sure that we are in line with our regular agenda. Rule number 13 was, again, more cleanup language when it comes to unfinished business. No business may be discussed or considered until the designated time of the agenda. Again, just want to make sure that that language was cleaned up in the prior sentence before, because it didn't make much sense. I'm going to jump around to mainly where there are big changes. In legislation and rules, we did some cleanup. What we put in that it is in collaboration with the clerk. So knowing that the Legislation and Rules Committee must engross and make sure that they are properly, that there's no errors in those bills. that the Legislative Rules Committee would do that, but in collaboration with the clerk. And instead of saying the committee shall review the board, we added that they may review the board. Under the Personnel and Committee number 3, instead of saying the Personnel and Administration Committee shall maintain the files of the job descriptions of our employees, we said the clerk, which being on personnel, has kept those documents and said on behalf of the Personnel Committee, the clerk will do that. And rule number, under that same Rule 21 under Special Committee, we added a 4 that says special committees may have a non-member of the Board of Aldermen serving on it. And some of the special committees that I served on were long-term health care or the committee on looking at special taxing districts. We had several people who are not alder people, but we also said if they serve on that, anything that comes out of that committee must go to a proper committee for legislation. More cleanup language in rule number 22 where it says board bills for review as well as resolutions for review. Rule 25, selection of chairs and vice chairs, roles and responsibility. We also added in there the chair of a standing or special committee. So that was already language that was there, but we added special committee as well as we included been a member of the Board of Aldermen for at least 2 years. That was one of the changes from the previous alderman of the 5th Ward, that you at least have to be a member of the Board of Aldermen for 2 years before you can actually serve in that leadership capacity. We also added line 5 and 6, saying that members may seek guidance from the clerk or the attorney if they have questions, but ultimately we are the arbitrator of our own rules. And committee chairs must email the clerk to schedule a committee meeting within 24-hour notice just to make sure that we abide by the Sunshine Law and that we give the clerk enough time to make sure that that those meetings are posted. Rule 30, meeting notice to the public, again, was just cleanup, but we also added outside of board bills, but also resolutions be public. And then you'll also see that again, it says bills or resolutions. It says the notice shall also include any type of the committees, any type of things that the committee had discussed must also be public. Rule 30, we struck out a section that's actually not the Missouri Revised Code at the bottom, section 610.010 to the other numbers. And Rule 32, when we talk about public testimony requirements, we also just added if a new amendment is brought before the actual or after the board bill, that there also can be public testimony on the amendment. Public hearing procedures is just saying that if public is there, that testimony must be taken from the individuals that are coming to the board. There was an error where it said meeting, but we put committee hearings instead of committee meetings. Instead of also saying shall, there is a may. We also took out electronic communication and just said virtual when it comes to public testimony. More cleanup language. Under the public testimony, at the acts of the clerk, number 8 was written testimony must be submitted to the BOA meeting at stlouis-mo.gov. There's been a lot of confusion on sometimes what to send that public testimony, so the clerk is asking that we send it directly to this one email so that public testimony can be accounted for. The clerk shall also be responsible for keeping and maintaining minutes of all open and closed meetings. These meetings shall also include the date, time, location, name, members present and absent, and record all of those. Excuse me. Rule 34, the formation of the rules. It says, well, the Board of Aldermen, this is also, again, another cleanup. So this is when we talk about the Committee of the Whole. In Robert Rules of Order, they have the way that the Committee of the Whole is supposed to be formed in their rules. It was weird, I guess, when we did the rules with the Committee of the Whole, we only adopted, or we only put in 2 rules, but there's a lot of other rules that talks about Committee of the Whole. So what we're just saying is we're citing to Robert's rules when it comes to Committee of the Whole. Decorum, rule number 35, we state the president shall preserve decorum of the full board meeting. It just said meeting, so full board meeting, as well as committee chairs shall preserve decorum in committees as well. It also, we added no one except authority or law enforcement personnel shall be able to basically bring weapons on the floor. So you're not a law enforcement individual, sergeant arms, or police, that you're not allowed to bring any weapon on the floor. Rule 39, again, was mainly more cleanup, where we added that the president and the members of the board and their parents and family are basically able to be on the floor. The staff is able to be on the floor. Approved credentials, which will be later on in Appendix D, where we've just put some guidelines around what is press, knowing that other bodies have requirements to make sure that press fill out certain information. Also added that if a person has a mobile, or that if a person is disabled and cannot access the seating up front, that they will be able to come down at the bottom of the floor, as well as any of our guests for opening prayer are allowed to be on the floor. And the clerk will be in charge of making sure that each person and their designee follow the rules and make sure that they can be on the floor. Rule 37, a simple one, being recognized, just saying that there are multiple ways that the president can be recognized. Rule 38 was a lot of strikeout and clean up language. And one of them that we had where it says also basically that the president or chair can be recognized again. And number 4, we said the vote of the majority. When it comes to point of orders is not when it comes to point of orders, it's not 10, it's a majority of members that are present at the Board of Aldermen. More cleanup from Rule 40. Withdrawal of a motion after a motion is stated by the president. 41, the president or chair can make a motion to withdraw. Rule 43 is the motion during debate, just being clear of what the motions are during the debate. What we did add is stand at ease. So if there's a moment where the board doesn't necessarily need to take a long recess, but a stand at ease is an option where it can just be up to 1 hour, and that's a decision of the president of the chair, either in committees or on the floor. And we just want to be very clear that a recess means that the meeting must continue the same day, and it does require a motion and a second and a following of the vote of the body. And number 6, instead of saying adjourn at the time, we want to just, again, clean up to say the actual date so that we know where we're adjourning at what date and not a time. Again, just making sure that there's some clarity and clear on what our motions are when it comes to adjourning and also the at ease. More cleanup in Rule 48 where we said, talked about every member present in the chamber or in committees. So if you vote, you must be a aye, a no, a present, abstain, but not also, we also added or in committees, and then at the bottom stated by the president or the chair, because if it happens in committee, it is the chair who's making that motion. More cleanup in Rule 49 of just adding committees, recording of the vote. Rule 42, instead of saying yay, it's aye, and nays is noes. Just more cleanup there. Rule 53 is a new rule that was suggested by the clerk's office. So when roll call happened, roll call will be only 2 roll calls, and a member will only be allowed to pass 1 time, not 2 times, not 3 times, not 4 or 5, but 1 time. Did y'all hear me out there? All right, let's keep taking a ride on this cruise. Rule 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, all are staying the same. 59, co-sponsors. What we did add in co-sponsors is that members may be added as a co-sponsor of the bill during a board meeting instead of saying regular. Again, we were cleaning up the regular from earlier. Instead of saying regular meeting, general meeting, so we just said board alderman meeting. And also, number 4, there have been some times where I know members were removed off of a bill. for being a co-sponsor as maybe a change through the floor sub or a committee substitute. So alders will just have to watch as that change, but only the alder will be able to remove themselves as a co-sponsor, and will have to record that with the clerk, who does an amazing job. Rule 62, Rule 63 discharge, Rule 64 committee amendments, all the same. There was just some cleanup language in Rule 64 that says, or the other section. So, or basically, the whereas clause does not need an amendment if there is a fix that needs to happen that does not need an amendment change. Rule 65 is the committee reports. Instead of a bill shall be reported out of committee by the chair, I think I've heard that happened in the past where the chairs reported committees that came out. Those will be reported out by our amazing clerks that do an amazing job on our agenda every day. Rule 68, perfection. Rule 69, consent, all the same. Rule 70, engrossment. We did add in language, or actually not language. We cleaned up the language in the engrossment. That engrossment shall mean the board or alder and prior of the form that are all adopted. Amendments have been accurately reviewed and all exhibits are properly attached. We kind of do also talk about when is the right time that should happen for engrossments, and that is an appendix also later on, and that is typically after perfection is when engrossment, making sure that commas, periods, semicolons, numbers are all correct. Even though we know the clerk work hard on that, but also it's the obligation or the role of the engrossment process. Third reading, there was just an error, so we put passage in there. Upon the final passage, there was a mistype in that one. No changes in Rule 74, no changes in Rule 75, no changes in Rule 76. Rule 77, when it comes to resolution, where at the end of our resolution where it says the Honorable blank alderman, it also has the ability to say alderwoman or alderperson. I think alderwoman brought that up earlier of wanting to be called alderwoman, but the rules had always it's just alderman. So we're giving that ability for people to be called alderwoman or alderperson. Rule 78, first reading. Rule 79, reference to committee. Rule 80, second reading. Committee reports all stay the same. Rule 81 is all the same. Rule 82, courtesy resolutions. We are saying basically the courtesy resolution is a motion that's made by the floor leader. It's not a motion that is made by the president. Rule 83, annual adoptions. Rule 84, cleanup. Instead of saying of the full board of aldermen committee, it says during a full board meeting, or going back to Rule 42. And then the appendix is some of those cleanup languages that we talked about. One of the things that is in the appendix is since we do not have a sergeant at arms at the Board of Aldermen, if we would like to subpoena, can go out and get a special process server. If the board cannot find a process server, the president shall petition the Second Circuit Court for a remedy to fix the situation. Everyone still with me? Got it. All right. Not much change there. Not much change there. I would say the biggest change in the appendix is some very good feedback that we got from our legendary clerk. So appreciative of him. I'm almost there, y'all. The appendix. We're talking about the appendix. So Appendix D is when we get to media access. I think that is probably one of the biggest add-ins that is added, as we talked about earlier. Basically, that media has access to the floor. They will have to provide credentials. This will not be an immediate thing that would go into effect. It would not go into effect until May 16th. I know that we have been in contact with several media outlets from TV to print that also review this to make sure that we also wasn't intruding on freedom of the press. Media usually have to fill out some type of guideline, even like they did on the state level, to make sure that they actually have true credentials to be able to do media on our floor, which that's all in there, just saying they have to have a credentials. There's a box located, and we also wanted to be understanding that not all media is TV, not all media is newspaper, but we have a lot of independent journalists, such as like VOP News or Real STL News, that they also will be able to have, or Mr. Elliot Davis will also be able to have access to the Board of Aldermen, and they would just have to fill out a piece of paper, turn that in with the clerk. If the clerk denies them, there is a denial process that would go to leadership, and leadership would have 10 days to be able to review that appeal. Only thing is media has to be non-partisan, so they cannot be partisan in the process. It also talks about the application for the media credentials. They have to provide their name, instead of them also having to do it for every independent journalist, or if Channel 5 wants to provide all the names of all the reporters, instead of doing individual ones, they can be able to do it in one WAP, as well as for the other media outlets. Appendix E talks about the reports of committees. One of the changes, or not changes, but I think a very helpful, especially to people like me who is on long-term health care or other special committees, there is a report that we have to give at the end of each committee, and the clerk is just laying out what and how that report shall be. That is all Appendix E. Appendix F, just again another kind of reminder from the clerk, is bill formation requirements. Again, just want to make sure it's in the rules and that we understand how to be able to do that. And with that, I'll open up for any questions. With that, Madam President, I will open up for any questions, Madam President.
Any further questions? Alderwoman from the 12th.
Madam President, members of the board, first of all, I would like to say to the Alderman from the 14th, this is not directed towards you, but it's for your information.
Yes, ma'am.
We used to do caucuses. We would have a caucus when we did the rules, before the rules, and we did a caucus. We went through all of this. This is too much. I don't know what you said. I'm just trying to let you know. It was
Did I speak too low?
Not trying to be funny or anything. There's some certain things that I remember, like you talked about. We don't have a sergeant of arms, but we have an attorney, and we have his assistant, and all attorneys in here. Guess what we can do? We can serve process. We can be process service. So our attorneys that we pay can do that. In fact, our attorney that we pay, Lugali, has done that for me before. Okay, that's the kind of thing you don't know, because we don't have meetings, because nobody calls a caucus, because we're trying to ram everything through. That is not good legislation. Alderman Narayan knows we've done that. Alderman Cohen knows it. Alderman Oldenburg, Alderwoman Carter. Carter, woof, boy, Lord have mercy. I'm sorry. We've done this, okay? And so us trying to get this done makes no sense to me, okay? Just, we're doing all these changes, and then we're going to push it through. So you don't know, from the first time we did this several years ago, that what this is doing is putting a dictatorship in place where you don't have choice to do things, and you give all the power to one person. Since we're going to do this like this, every week I'm going to come out and show you what it should be done and how it should be done and how it was checks and balances. Checks and balances doesn't mean that it is just one legislative body, the legislative body on the executive branch and judicial branch. It's also within the legislative body. If you go to Congress, they have Republican and Democrats, which we got rid of, Proposition D, which was ignorant. But they had a majority party and a minority party. All of this was gotten rid of so that we don't have anybody that can have any opposition to. I'm always going to be opposed to that. All the people who are marchers, who've been out there on the street marching, now we want to shut down disclosure and discussion. It is disgusting to me. I am a rules person. There's anybody who served with me, no, I love the rules. I want them to be fair to everybody. I tell this story. I hated Proposition D. Nobody would let the Alderwoman of the 15th, who is now the president of the board, have a hearing. I was opposed to it, but I opened up the Rules Committee and let her have a hearing for several hours. You can go look at it. When I tell you stuff, you actually go look.
You all like looking at the meetings for the fun on the YouTube
Right.
laptop, yeah.
This is bad legislation. This is, I want, not legislation that should be about inclusion. We just heard a mayor talk about inclusion, but at this Board of Aldermen, all the things that I used to hear was wrong with the former president, I see wrong with the current president, only worse. These rules are much worse than anything that we used to go by. And all the senior people know that. I'm going to just say it out loud, because I'm still reeling from all the people who have been on my case about the current president saying she's going to speak for the black and brown people. When I tell you the backlash I have gotten from that, and she's tone deaf. So I want you guys, if you all don't hear this, there's something wrong with this, then stop being out there marching and stuff, because you come in here and you want to close things down. You don't want there to be any discussion. You just want to rush it through. That's not how you do legislation, and you don't convince people that way. You make enemies. How you convince people is conversations like you and I have been having and talking. When you do all what this is trying to do, and I'll give busing as an example. Busing, everybody who decided it was so good, they pushed it down certain people's throat. And the people just took their kids right out of the schools and said, I'm not going to do that. This is what happens with legislation. You don't make friends, you make subtractions. And you don't have allies, you have, I'm going to make you have to do it a different way, no matter if you want to or not. That's not, you guys are not learning good legislation. You're not learning good rules. And again, I can't tell you what you said. So any questions I will have to ask you will go back to just what I said, division of the question, because my questions will start with, okay, what did you say in Rule 1? And
I could speak over with a like friendlier, exciting voice. Is that?
I'm just saying.
I know. I'm
I hear you, but I'm just saying, I don't know what you said when you go through that much at a time,
Yes.
okay?
And
then we just did this and we did that. So through my madness, I actually do have a reason. So it's not directed at you.
I understand. And if I...
Right, go ahead. Oh, wait a minute. No, wait a minute. So I have to ask permission if the alderman would yield. I was just talking to you, but now if you want to reply, I have to ask if the alderman from the 14th would yield.
The alderman from the 14th yield to questioning from the alderwoman from the 12th.
Absolutely.
Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Thank you. So, Alderman, what was it that you needed to say?
Thank you for that. I was going to say, and I hear what you're saying. I will practice my speech a little bit to make sure as I'm speaking, you know, I'm being, I know. But I will say a lot of the things in the rules, and I know I had conversations, several others have had conversations about this. We also know, if we just being honest, there's been a lot of conversations like in the last week about other things that me and you have talked about when it comes to the rules. But in a lot of willing and dealing also, as we talk about legislation be done that way, there's been those conversations behind closed doors with some alders that me and you have already talked about. But I would say a lot of the changes, which I get what your point is, I do not disagree. A lot of the changes is truly, honestly clean up from our previous rules. The appendix is new. and stating, like I say, in the appendix, there were suggestions from the clerk to make sure, like, committee reports, or if you do a report from a committee, how that should be laid out. Also making sure that our forms for the Board of Aldermen is laid out. Since we don't have, I think maybe what is a new one, since we don't have a sergeant at arms, we zeroed that out. Historically, and you'll let me know, I guess, was the one who delivered a subpoena. So we wanted to make sure there was still a process to be able to do that, but through a special process server.
We don't need to, because what I'm saying is our attorney, that's what, when I subpoenaed people in the mayor's office, that's what he did. He delivered them. Because attorneys can deliver subpoenas. But maybe you have to be an attorney to know that, and maybe you would have to listen to the attorneys when they're trying to tell you. And I'm not saying you.
I know. I was going to go back to the alderman what the alderman from the 5th said about attorneys, but that's another joke.
And I'm glad we have a new alderman from the 5th that is.
Oh, yes, a new
now,
one.
how about that part?
Are you an attorney? Oh, we got another attorney down at the board. Got another attorney. But no, only thing I would just say to you, Alderwoman, I do hear what you're saying. I think majority of it, as I looked at it, was just completely clean up outside of some of the new things, like standing at ease. If there needs to be a short break, not what we just did with the mayors and comptrollers swearing in, that was a little longer, but if it's an hour, stand at ease, and being very clear on, like, recess does have to have an adjournment, and recess, that we have to have a not adjournment, recess after a second. And I was getting there. But yes, again, like I say, majority of it is clean up and clarifying some of those rules. But I'm not disregarding your comments, and I appreciate us being able to talk about it.
And so we're going to still do separation of anyway, because I'm going to go through each and every one and say, and what did you say? And how does this fit? Because you may understand it, but that much at a time, we're not understanding it. And this is not a good way to do things, okay? Because that's how things get buried. Because I'm hearing all this stuff about putting certain people out of the chambers, the media, and we're going to change what we do with media. I have a concern with that, okay? We want the media to report the things we're doing, good and bad. That's what we're supposed to be held liable to. So we're changing the media rules. I want that. Where is that in this rules?
That's in the appendix, and I also showing the rule. And to be clear, we're not saying media can't be here. We also, for our own safety, I think it's important to make sure that not any and everybody just walk on the floor and say that they are a journalist. In the State House, for media to be on the side galleries for elected official safety, they did have to provide credentials, which in talking, or what I've heard, we're talking from, I don't want to say their outlets, but TV and print media have done this for other bodies. And I only can speak, like I say, for the state of Missouri. And I'm going to get to that appendix, but in the state of Missouri, you pulled it up. There is credentials just to make sure not any and everybody can just walk on the floor and say, I'm media and I got a camera, which also takes away from the hard work in journalism that actually are real media that has camera and do real reporting on a day-to-day, that we are being clear who is who. And also I think is important for, like I say, the safety of members, but it is definitely not to silence. Other bodies also have credentials when it comes to boards. Even in the House and Senate, they have to both do that.
So I've been here long enough that we used to have people lined up.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm always the shh lady because they talk too loud and I'm back here, so I'm shh, shh. Even members of the board, I've been known to do that too. So we did clean this all up and reserve this for certain things, including the media, okay? When you then start having rules about the media, it starts to make it look like you're trying to prevent the media report on things. So I'm just going to start with Appendix D, but I have lots of questions about this thing.
I can't hear you.
Okay, I said I'm going to start with the whole media access, but I have lots of questions about this.
Ma'am.
So the media access goes into effect May 16th, 2025.
Yes, ma'am.
Credential medias are allowed in designated areas on the chamber floor and in hearing rooms during board and committee meetings.
Yes, ma'am.
Media may move freely within these designated areas. So that means they would have to stay there, not come on the floor of the board.
Yes, and as you go further down, there's something that talks about, because I know I've been an alderperson with the media as we discuss and comes to the desk, and that is, while we're doing business, they shouldn't do that, and that's stated. But yes, so they have a designated spot.
But after when we adjourn, then
Yes,
they
ma'am.
could come on the floor.
Yes, ma'am.
And I actually don't like the media talking to me because I'll go, shh, I'm listening. I'm not saying that they should have access to the people, but I'm saying they still will be back here.
They will have a designated area. Yes, ma'am.
Right, okay. And then credentials, there are different kind of credentials. There'll be credentials from their television station or news station or whatever. Is that what we're going to do?
Yes, so there would be two processes. There would be one just for, like you say, news station, print media, more the traditional media. But we also know as time is changing, there's a lot of people that are becoming their own citizen journalists. Again, like Mr. Elliott that comes in, or we have VOP and Real SEO News that aren't those major outlets. We also have a process for them to be able to fill out so that they also can be on the floor and not just excluding it off to traditional news media, but also citizen journalists as well.
And citizen journalists would then have to create their own media? Their own credential?
No, they would have to, on the application would, on the application, they would say their name, their email, their telephone number, their social media, so that we would be able to, from the board, do the investigation and make sure that they are a credential, a certified media.
And so what would prevent me from just, if I wasn't a person on the Board of Aldermen, walking in and saying, I am a citizen media person and get an application, and then what would separate me from somebody who actually was out there doing citizen media? Are we checking to see if they are online, on TV? What are we looking for?
Yes, ma'am. So if the application, again, talks about their name, their media outlet name, so you can just walk in and say, I'm Alderwoman Tyus and I have a media outlet, and don't actually have an organization.
I don't need it if I'm Alderwoman Tyus, but if I'm Sharon Tyus.
Oh, yes, Sharon Tyus.
Okay.
At that time, you would still be called Alderwoman. I've been told you call them by their highest title, no matter where you go, Alder or not. But yes, there would still be a vetting process. And if the clerk were to deny that, there's a appeal process so that they could appeal it to within 10 days to the personnel committee. Yes, ma'am.
And they must be running something that's nonpartisan. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So what do we do with the Post-Dispatch if they make endorsements? Is that nonpartisan?
Well, I would say they got an editorial, but you don't see, not to throw their names out there, you don't see Austin Hughlett making endorsements, or you don't see Mark Maxwell making endorsements. They may have an editorial within that paper, but those individual reporters do not make endorsements.
Right. I know that. I wasn't talking about TV. I was specifically talking about print media. So, so they have to, citizen journalists, and that's the one I'm the most concerned about, because mostly other people have some kind of credentials, okay? What about people who work in photography and are freelancing, but they do photography, and then they sell their pictures to the American newspaper, the Argus, I don't know, Post-Dispatch has their own. Where do they fall in this?
There would still be citizen journalists like Ms. Rosenguy, who is my resident. Well, she's not here right now, but that was here earlier, that many of us, and many folks probably been knowing before me, is still a citizen journalist, would still fall under the citizen journalist. And like I said, it's not to exclude, but it's also just mainly more to know who is on our floor if they're not our special guests that are brought in from the alderperson, if they're not giving the reflections of the day, who's on the floor, and that foot traffic that's coming in and out the board, since we also don't have marshals that are kind of here to make sure that we're safe. So
We don't have them anymore, is that what you're saying?
I mean, I don't see them. I haven't seen them in a while.
I have not either. Of course, we don't have enough police, but that's a whole other thing for all you people who defunded the police.
Well, we're going to get back to the basics.
Okay.
Quote, unquote.
So here's what I'm going to say about this. I'm seeing here where it says that you have to say that you're on assignment when covering the Board of Aldermen. Freelance people sometimes are not on assignment. If you're a freelance journalist, you don't necessarily have an assignment. You're looking for a story. So if we require them to be on assignment, and that's okay.
Well, I would say if they're looking for a story.
Okay. By signing, you acknowledge. Got it?
Yes, I got it. I was going to respond to that. I would say if you're freelancing and you coming in and you're trying to find a story, That can be you looking for a story, you look for an assignment, you just freelance and say, hey, I want to, I'm trying to find something to sell print that is they own freelance assignment.
Our actual verbiage says, by signing, you acknowledge that you are affiliated with a media outlet or are a citizen journalist and own assignment when covering the Board of Aldermen.
Correct. The assignment is them coming to the board and freelancing. That's the assignment.
No, it's not. Okay, I'm just telling you. You're smirking. That's not.
No, I'm not a smirking.
Bad language is what I'm telling you.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you have like suggestions for that?
I don't believe that you have to be on assignment, or you could be if you're going to say on assignment or seeking, or if you're freelance. And I'm not an expert on freelance, but over the years I've dealt with a lot of reporters, and I know that some of them come down here. I try to give them stories when they ask me because I know they're doing a job. But I'm going to look up freelance,
yes, ma'am,
so that I know what I'm talking about. But what I know of freelance is that it doesn't mean you have an assignment. It means you're out there oftentimes. And if you get a story, you get the picture, then you can sell that to usually a media outlet that has the resources to pay you for that. Okay, so that's why I don't want to keep anybody out of that area. And even if they're not getting paid, if they just want to cover us, I can see saying we're going to, and I see earlier, we say in some places it says it's limited on available first come, first serve, and cannot be reserved or saved. And said boxes are available to the media in both the chambers and in the Kennedy room. So in the Kennedy room, you could be sitting, watching in the Kennedy room.
I can hear you, ma'am.
Outlet, right? I'm sorry. In the Kennedy room, you could be watching the media outlet. Is that correct? If you're part of the media and you can't come in here because this is full, then we have a TV in the Kennedy room that they could watch. Is that what you're saying?
No, what we're saying is that the media is also subjected to either being in the chamber or in the. Though basically, we're talking about the two spaces that the Board of Aldermen does business in, so that they have access if they go through this process.
Oh, so
we're just saying also in the Kennedy room they can
right.
be in.
You couldn't be in the leisure room, but if this was full up here, the media couldn't be in the leisure room, but they could have seats in the Kennedy room. That way.
No.
Yeah, if you're having hearings in the Kennedy room.
Yes, if you're having hearings, yes. I thought you were saying if there's a overflow room. No. Yes.
But I'm saying the overflow, if we're in here, would be maybe the leisure room.
Potentially could be in the leisure room.
Okay. I really want to go back to, you said that we renumbered, so I'm trying to ask these questions because you said we renumbered some of the rules. So where does the renumbering start? So I see caucuses, and I see assignment of offices, and I see one through 6 seem to be numbered the same.
Yes, 1 through
7.
When we get to, yes, ma'am.
Things.
Say it again.
Rule 7 on page 8. Is that 8? 8. Is that where we started to change things?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We actually we took out the resume meeting because Rule 7 was originally resume meetings. Mm-hmm. And that language was cleaned up. Instead of saying resume meetings, either the meeting is adjourned or stand at E. So we took out the resume meeting, and that's where we started with going and making the number corrections in line. And the old 8 is 7, all meetings open to the public.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And so is there anything that was changed in any of this except for the renumbering? And where do we get to actually substantive change instead of just renumbering?
There's actually nothing that changed in rule number 7. All meetings open to the public.
Right.
That nothing changed in that one.
And 8, 9, that's what I'm saying.
Yep. So 8 was just saying there may be a substantial change, yes, but it's saying that members must be physically present or committee room or logged in via Zoom to be authorized on that platform in order to be counted towards a quorum. So you have to be present to be counted towards a quorum.
And which one is
And we
that?
took out the censorship because we don't have.
Wait a minute. So which one is that you have to be present? Is that rule 8?
That is rule number 8. Yes, ma'am, quorum.
Okay. Or committee room. So if we're voting in the chambers, you allow them to be in the committee room?
No, it says or committee room, so you have to be, basically, if you're in a committee hearing, if you're.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Committee room to be present for HUDs or public safety, you have to be, or via Zoom, which we allow virtual access for.
Okay, so if you're having a committee, you must be in the committee room. If you're having something in the chambers, you got to be in the chambers.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you're online, and you have to be visible, which when we first started doing Zoom, they told us that we had to be, that was something from the Missouri Attorney General that said that we had to be visible.
Yes, ma'am. So we can make sure that we know that person is voting and no one's voting for them. You know, with AI, they can do some change of the voice, and then I'll be sounding like Alderwoman Tyus.
Okay, so, well, pretty soon they'll have AI that looks like Alderwoman Tyus too, so you won't have to worry.
This is clever out here, I'm telling you. Clever stuff.
If you watch TV and you watch the actors, that's what they're fighting
Yeah,
about.
they're fighting to make sure they don't get to be look-liked.
Okay.
The Alderman wants you to raise a question on.
I beg your pardon?
The Alderman from the, is it second?
I'm sorry, Alderman, did you want to ask a question?
I was just reading out loud. I'll inquire later.
Oh, okay. Shh.
Oh, okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to let her talk for a while because I still have some more questions, so I will yield the floor.
Absolutely. Thank you, Alderwoman. I appreciate your time. Madam President. Madam President.
Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 13th.
Madam President, would the alderman of the 14th yield to questions?
The alderman for the 14th yield to questioning from the alderwoman from the 13th.
I would be delighted to.
So, alderwoman, you may proceed.
Who did you all talk to?
Who did you all or who did I?
Whoever did these changes, who was at the table?
Well, I met with the president's office about these changes.
So it was just you and the president?
No, there was other members.
So, Alderwoman Keys, were you invited to that meeting?
Point of order, you yielding to me.
So I'm asking you to ask Alderwoman Keys, was she invited?
It's your floor. I can't do that. You could.
So I'm just trying to find out. I didn't know about it. All these changes came to me, and this is the first I've seen these changes.
Yes, ma'am.
I was told that somebody on the president's cabinet went to all the board of aldermen and talked to them about the changes. I don't know anything about it, so I guess I wasn't elected then. That's why I wasn't approached.
No, I understand what you're saying.
That's my question.
I can't speak for the president's office. I would say I was invited to a meeting from the president's office to talk about the rules. So I can't speak to inviting you or not inviting you, but I didn't do that. I was invited. Yes, ma'am.
So I guess if you were still running, they did not look at you as an alderperson. That's what I'm asking.
Again, I can't speak for them. I can't understand why they made the decisions they made. I only can speak for if I would have held a meeting on this in the 14th ward. But I do get what you're saying, but I'm just saying I can't speak for the president's office.
So I guess that's just real interesting because we were given changes.
Yes, ma'am.
Everybody wasn't asked about the changes. And so now you want us to vote on them. Is that what I'm seeing? That's what I'm hearing.
I'm asking you to vote on the floor sub that I know I met with the president. If you want to relinquish the floor for me and ask each alder if they met with the president office, you can, but I'm just saying that I met with him on these changes and asking on the floor sub of these changes. Yes, ma'am.
Well, thank you for helping me. Could you relinquish the floor so I can ask the question?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So, Alderwoman Keys, did you know about the meeting?
You need to ask her to yield.
Okay, y'all know, do what we're supposed to do. Is it to yield? Could you yield so I can ask the question to Alderwoman Keys?
Alderwoman, you would have to ask the Alderwoman from the 11th if she would be willing to yield.
Alderwoman from 11, would you be willing to?
So,
Absolutely.
Alderwoman from the 11th, are you willing to yield to
Yes, I
questioning
am.
the Alderwoman from the 13th? Alderwoman, you may proceed.
So, were you aware of the meeting?
I was not aware of the meeting.
Were you asked any questions about the updated rules?
I was completely unaware.
Okay, thank
But
you.
you have to remember, they didn't count on me coming back.
Okay. Okay, so what do I do to get another alderperson to ask the question?
So you have to ask each alderperson if they are willing, if you can inquire of them.
Okay, so Alderwoman from the 12th, could I inquire a question upon you?
The Alderwoman from the 12th yield to questioning from the Alderwoman from the 13th.
Yes, Madam President, I sure will.
Alderwoman, you may proceed.
So Alderwoman Tyus, were you aware of the meeting?
I was not aware of a meeting. I did get some updates of some changes maybe a few days ago, which when I saw that, which was maybe yesterday or the day before, then I started working on a reply because I did get something in writing, but I was not invited to any meeting, which I think and continue to think we should, if not adjourn this meeting, recess this meeting and go into some kind of caucus meeting to talk about this, because this is totally ridiculous that we're trying to pass this now. And there's no way in the world me or probably any of these other attorneys here, much less the ones we pay, could get all of this and know what we're talking about, okay? This is ridiculous to me. And you know we used to have caucus meetings, and we would go into a room and talk about stuff, and the progressives were the one trying to change things and were being shut down. And so I find it deplorable that they are now trying to shut down so that we can't have transparency and an exchange of ideas. Oh, what a wicked thing that is for me. But I did not receive an invitation. Thank you.
Thank you. So, could I ask the Alder Tom Oldenburg, would he answer a question? Did I do it right?
Inquire of the Alderman from the 2nd.
You got the ruse.
Alderman from the 2nd, would you yield to questioning from the Alderwoman from the 13th?
Thank you, Madam President. Of course I will.
So, Alderman Oldenburg, were you at the meeting?
I was not at a meeting that was being referred to today. No, I was at no such meeting.
But you were aware of the changes.
I was made aware of rule changes through electronic correspondence by the Board Alderman and President's Office Director of Operations, and then had a meeting Sunday afternoon to go through said changes.
Thank you. So I'm saying that to say this is sending a wrong message to the public and to the colleagues that were not included in this information. So I just feel that this is not something we should vote on until everybody has an opportunity to read through the changes and able to ask questions. Thank you, Madam President.
Any further discussion? Alderman from the 2nd.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the board. Madam President, will the Alderman from the 14th yield for a quick question?
The Alderman from the 14th yield to questioning from the Alderman from the 2nd.
I will.
Alderman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Alderman. Can we take you to rule number 6? Looks like there's 2 number 1 paragraphs, but the paragraph marked number 3, talking about electronic means of communication. Can you walk me through those changes again and the intent there?
Are you talking about Rule 6, number 3?
Correct. Rule 6, regular and special meetings. Looks like it's marked numerical paragraph 3.
Yes, so this is saying if you need a virtual option, if it is a committee here, or actually just board meetings, if you need a virtual option, you just need to provide a statement with the clerk of why you're asking for a virtual attendance of the meeting for that.
Okay. I also see that, Alderman, it looks like the clerk's responsible for tracking said virtual attendance. Will part of that tracking also involve the reason for the need to be virtual?
I remember last
exhibit of that report, by chance, what that would look like, the cataloging of that?
You ready for me?
Yeah.
Okay. So we established in our rules, as already in here last rules, that I think we both voted on, that ideally folks would use virtual attendance 50% of the time and not abuse that. We're not trying to monitor people traveling or sickness, but making sure that that is tracked. I think the best way that we all can work together, and maybe it's just my opinion, is when we are all present and able to collaborate and don't have Zoom connectivity issues or other things like that. So that's the goal of making sure that that is just tracked so that we know what members are here in person and what is not. But that was adopted again that we both voted on last time of 50% of the time, in which, to be honest, this board hasn't tracked it or took any, when we voted on the last session, any actions against it.
I'm sorry, what was that last part, Alderman?
We haven't took any actions against the rule that says you must use Zoom only 50% of the time.
Yeah. Also, but I think it's because it wasn't being tracked by anyone or board, correct?
Correct. So that's why we added the language that the clerk will track it.
Okay. Has the clerk been made aware of that? And does the clerk in the clerk's office have a sense of how they would track that and what that report would look like?
I can tell you that I've been told that the president office and the clerk office worked on these rules, so the clerk is aware of these rules, as well as several of the rules that the clerk also made suggestions to be implemented in this rules.
Okay. We are in the age of electronic information, in the age of sharing, and we know technology can bring the world closer together. I wonder if you'd be open for an increase in the threshold of 50%. Just to allow folks for medical reasons, doctor's appointments now take 6 months to move, dentist appointments, people with families who have to tend to children as well. I do think it's probably behooves us, if we are going to track it, which I'm not opposed to, then maybe we offer a little bit more flexibility and increase the threshold that members shall attend no more than maybe 75% of regular meetings remotely. Would you have an issue with that, Alderman?
You know what? I would actually just be fine with taking out the threshold completely and just making sure that it is tracked so that there is, I think, some transparency of people knowing when we're here, when we're virtual. So if you want to go as far as, say, just take out 50% completely, I would not be opposed to that, Alderman.
Oh, okay. I appreciate that. So I'm going to get working on that amendment to just remove that in general. I appreciate your cooperation on that. I also do tend to agree that I think it should be tracked. I would love to just sort of see what that report would look like, if it's just a simple matter of a spreadsheet or what the clerk's office has envisioned there. I don't know if you have that information.
Got you. Well, I was told from the clerk that they didn't discuss this portion.
Okay.
But I'm sure that we could, like you say, figure out a spreadsheet to be able to figure out what that tracking looks like. I also agree that I do think track. It is not to shame anybody, but I think it doesn't hurt now that we have a virtual option that is tracked. In the State House, if you are not present on the floor, it is counted as an absence, just for like transparency reasons.
I just think it's important. We invested in all of this electronic information and infrastructure here at the Board of Aldermen post-COVID. So I think that signals that, right, we should allow interconnectivity through electronic means for all of our members of the Board of Aldermen.
I agree. So, and I don't think the point is not to say it can't be used, but should somebody use it 100% of the time?
I mean, I don't know how to answer that. I would say folks would use it as they need it. I think it's always better to do business in person.
And I think
city's business in person.
That's why I'm willing to take out that 50%.
Thank you, Alderman. Would the Alderwoman from the 12th Ward please yield, Madam President?
The Alderwoman from the 12th yield to questioning from the Alderman from the 2nd.
Yes, I will.
Alderwoman,
Then
thank
you
you.
may proceed.
The dialogue that the Alderman from the 14th and I just had, is that something you would be in agreement with, of removing any kind of a threshold percentage with regards to remotely attending meetings?
I absolutely would. In fact, that was one of the questions I was going to bring up, because I stopped coming down here because people had COVID and were coming down here, and we were getting sick, our members, and there was never any notification of what was going on. And my mother is 89 years old, will be 90 in a few months, and I didn't want to expose her to something like that. And I disagree also with what the Alderman from the 14th said about that we interact better when we're right here together. That is interesting to me. I had the first Zoom meeting back in 2019. Rules Committee had the first Zoom meeting, and we worked on making sure that we spent all this money. So I don't have a problem if people did use it 100%, as long as they're interacting. Okay, if you're coming here, you're reading the board bills, you're able to answer questions or ask questions. It is amazing to me that the younger people are saying you need to be here, when I don't feel the need to have to be here at all. And I read everything. There's probably nobody that reads more board bills than me. And even though I wasn't here, I was protecting my family's health, because I don't want to be exposed to people who don't take health seriously. And so, and you have children you might need to be. And here's the other thing. If you get a flat tire, it's like you got to give 2-hour notice. Several times I've not been able to get out of my garage because the street department picks up my trash right when I'm leaving for the Board of Aldermen. So that slowed me down. You don't know what. So I don't understand this. I think it's better. And so therefore you should. I'm much more of, you know what's best for you. You're representing your community. So I'm for 100% if that's what it needs.
That's great. I've got another question for you, Alderwoman.
Sure.
I wonder what your response to this is, but I almost am in favor of dropping the tracking as well, and would could potentially take issue with that for one main reason. I mean, let's live in the real world, right? That seems like that could be a politically weaponized phrase right there. Someone got a hold, and we're transparent now, right? This is the age of transparency. We've all got to be transparent. So I would want this report to be public, and I would hate for this to get in the hands of political operatives and to say so-and-so's attendance is, right, 100% vacant or missing from the Board of Aldermen. That can be very misleading to the public, right, during the course of, a political campaign, and it would be false, right, because someone could be joining electronically, but the words on a mailer or the words being said could be said, well, they're missing meetings down at the Board of Aldermen to the tune of 80%.
Correct.
Right? So would you also be open to just removing that tracking process as well?
I would.
I mean, we're adults here, right?
I
This
would.
isn't government camp.
You got elected in both the 16th and the 2nd Ward.
Right.
So that's who you report to. This tracking or this thought that, we will do it better. I just heard the Alderwoman from the 13th say she didn't get a notice about the meeting that you obviously did. I didn't get a notice about the meeting. So being down here doesn't mean you get anything, because it's still centrally located in the president's office. And so then they come out and try to make it like everybody else is not being inclusive. I would say start at your own office. And there should never be an alderman that stands up here and says, I was at a meeting invited, but the other one isn't. That right there should mean the president's office should say, you're right, This should be shut down. This is not fair. But to go and then start worrying about if you come to a meeting on Zoom or not, that's the whole. Zoom has made millions and millions and millions of dollars because they are doing it better and better and better. And during COVID, I have had ward meetings where I have 100 people show up because they can show up because of COVID. And you're able to participate. When you're at home, you got a printer, which most of us have. You can print out the board bills if you want them. You can read them online. You can raise your hand and ask questions. So that I want to feel camaraderie doesn't make sense in this day and age to me.
Yeah.
And I would like the report gone, and I would like the whole requirement that you have to be here. That should be your decision, or why did we spend this money on all of this equipment?
Technology. Thank you, Alderwoman. Would the Alderman from the 14th yield for some more questions, please?
Yes.
The Alderman from the 14th yields questioning from the Alderman from the 2nd.
Yes.
Thank you, Alderman. I'm not sure if you followed that conversation or line of questioning between me and the Alderman from the 12th, but would you also view it as a friendly drop the tracking component to said section there, paragraph 3, Rule 6?
Yeah, I would say after in Rule 6, number 3, where it says shall state the reason of attending virtual, everything below that I would just even be fine with striking. So the 50% and the tracking can all be striked out, that they just, I heard per the charter that we have to state if we are making a meeting or not. So just stating it to the clerk with notice is fine. And we can strike out the tracking and the 50%.
Okay, great. I'm going to alert the board attorney to make that so in an amendment. Alderman, I've got a couple more questions. I'm looking for can you walk me through the recess section and changes in that again?
Yes, sir. Let me get to it.
I don't have the rule number because I'm dealing with the floor sub.
I'm pulling the rule number also up. Which rule number? 43. So it is Rule 43.
Thank you.
No problem. And let me know when you get there on the red line version.
All right, I got there.
It's under the motions during debate.
Perfect. Okay. Yes, 3 and 4 were added, and I think I understand this, but I just want to make sure I'm clear. So if you could give me, just the treetop version of the thought process for those changes.
Treetop, I like that. 3 is a stand at ease, so a small break, which is up to an hour, can be a motion that is made. And then we just wanted to clarify, I think, and take some accountability, that recess means that it has to have a motion, and also the meeting must continue the same day, and it requires a motion.
Okay. And the difference between a stand at ease and a recess, other than the timing, obviously, that's just to for a second hit pause.
Correct.
So if there's a parliamentary procedure that needs to get worked out or discussed or ruled on, or our microphones aren't working, be a quick second of a check of that. It's sort of in that vein, right? That it won't be any longer than an hour. But that's in the sole discretion of the chair, correct?
The at ease is the president or the chair, because in committee hearing I did see when TNC they had the big union bill, and they had to go at ease to get both parties to work out the difference, to make sure that they was able to find a solution. They was able to stand at ease. So again, like you say, a pause, which is no longer than an hour, but a recess would have to take a motion, and it must continue the same day, not several days later. Several days later is adjournment.
Understood. That's great. Thank you for clarifying that. And recess, I guess that was never in our rules, right? And that fell to Robert's rules in our current set of rules.
It was in Robert's rules, but Like you say, I don't believe it was in there. So just for clarity, we live and learn. We want to make sure that it is in there so that we do not have any situation where a recess is, longer than the same day.
And that requires, you have it here, a motion, a second, and a vote, obviously.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's great. Continuing the same day, adjourn, number 6 here, under Rule 43. Is it confusing that we have the word adjourn to a date certain? Because is that it's a continuance of the same meeting? But I mean, again, I'm not a lawyer with the specific wording here, but adjourn means adjourn, does it not? I'm just wondering if that's confusing. I guess it can mean whatever we want. It's not capitalized or defined, but to adjourn to a date certain.
So that's what it's called in Robert Rules. I hear you.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
In the parentheses, and we changed the time to date because it is adjournment of a date, not a time.
And Robert's Rules of Orders?
You carry the rules and Robert's Rules on your desk this session.
I believe you, but I just wonder if adjourn is a defined word in here. I don't think it is, but I'm going to check. Bear with me a second. Well, it is capital A, page 71. Robert's Rules of Order here. This is the dated copy, but it's got to be close here. To adjourn means to close the meeting. An adjournment can be made while business is pending, okay, provided that the rules of the group provide for another meeting. All right. When business is pending and the motion to adjourn is adopted, the unfinished business is carried over to the next meeting. Spot on. I think that's a great change. Thank you. I'm happy to yield the floor here if anyone else has some questions, because I'd love to get my amendments rolling that you so graciously agreed to. And I
agree to it, and I would ask the body to support it. I think it's a good cleanup, Alderman.
Thank you, Alderman.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 1st has not spoken yet, so she will be recognized before you, Alderwoman from the 12th. Alderwoman from the 1st.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I really appreciate all the discussion today and appreciate the comments I've heard from colleagues that not everyone saw these rules before today. I had hoped that everyone would have at least gotten to see them. But the way I see it, there are a few different options we have today. One, we can accept that this floor substitute that's in front of us very likely has at least 8 votes and could get adopted. There are another, I'm counting 14, maybe 15 amendments that may or may not have 8 votes today. So we can adopt this floor substitute and take up each amendment individually and do this all today and get it over with. That's option 1. Option 2 is we could take some sort of recess today, and people who haven't had opportunity to meet with whoever they want to in this room, as long as we're not in a quorum, can meet and have some time to talk about the rules. That's option 2. Option 3, I see, is that we can wait to fully discuss these rules next Friday, which of course, during our next regularly scheduled meeting, which of course does change the number of votes that the rules need to pass. At that time, the rules could also be deferred to committee if that passes. At that point, we could have the discussion in committee and we would be back to our old rules from the last session. So I see those 3 options in front of us, and I would like to have one of those options be what we pick somewhat soon so we can keep moving this along. Thank you.
Alderwoman from the 12th, please state your point of order.
She missed something that she said is not true, so I don't know if you want me to do that as a point of order or just wait and then I'll address it.
I mean, a point of order, you would have to point to a specific rule in the rule book that...
Well, the thing what it is, we don't have any rules. We haven't adopted. So if we wait until Friday, there will not be an extra amount of number to pass because we haven't adopted any rules.
Alderwoman from the 12th, is that... Alderwoman from the 1st, we fall back onto the previous rules until new rules are adopted. Yes.
Excuse me, can you show, since you stated that rule, please show me where it says that.
Please stand at ease.
The whole point of rules is so people. Treat it fairly, even if
I'm working on it. I guess I should throw one away, right?
Blueberry? That's all I got. It doesn't matter, you got it.
that's only.
From Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised 12th edition, if a society has adopted rules of order, these continue in force from one session to the next and from one administration to the next unless the society formally adopts different rules. So the ruling stands that our rules are still in effect from last session until new rules are put in place. Alderwoman from the 12th, you still have the floor.
Thank you for that. And that's because that's under Robert's rules, because it was not under our previous rules, and which was not Robert's rules. Okay, so thank you very much for that. I do not want to be here forever, but I will be here forever because I don't understand what we've done, and I'm appalled that people said they were invited to a meeting, and I want to go over these, and I want everybody else to have a chance to go over these. So I think that we can adopt one rule, which would be that we're going to recess until we come into the next meeting, but that we agree you don't need 2/3 or whatever it is of the members to adopt the rules. We just changed that one rule so that the people wouldn't feel like that we're trying to make it so nobody can adopt rules. That's not what I'm trying to do.
Okay. So do you have an amendment typed up for that?
I don't, but I can write one out real fast. Because we're getting, so I can't even read all these amendments we're getting. I thought I was out of line by having 10 that I sent and put the page numbers and stuff on them. I'm really overwhelmed with this, but I'll write something up. We don't want to.
Yeah, and we're okay if, and I will say this, if we want to push this to next meeting, that's fine. We had a much shorter timeline this time around than we typically have to have all these conversations.
So we just do a verbal rule that we agree to, saying that we will only, what do we need? We only need the majority of the votes, or do you really want it? If you want it written, I'll write it out. I'll write it out.
Yeah. Okay, we are going to stand at ease while we wait for that amendment to be drafted.
Did you hear what I said, Shane? Are you all right with it? So I'm just going to write a rule. One rule we adopt is that you can only have to have the majority of the Board of Aldermen adopt the new 25, 20.
Simple with members present.
Right.
Stand down.
Okay. That'll be fine. I think you could do it with a vote. I think we will agree that we just have to have a majority. With the one rule we're adopting is that we're going to only adopt that we need a simple majority. Right. Okay. Okay. So if you want it written, or is it okay? You can do a voice vote. Yeah, I think we can do it. Just wanted to make sure we're not reading. Right. Okay. And I have low blood sugar now. I have to eat. Right. I just need like a minute to eat. Are we meeting? Are we meeting Friday? So it'll be the next Friday? Sorry. Will you do? Because I really am lightheaded.
Okay, let me just,
Thank
I'll,
you. Tell them I asked.
No, they leave the
Alderman from the 14th, you are recognized on Resolution 1. Floor substitute.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I'd like to place Resolution 1 on the informal calendar.
Right. Madam Clerk, please place Resolution 1 on the informal calendar.
So
and
noted.
then at this point in time, we're going to go back and take back up Resolution number 3 as amended. There was a motion before we adjourned for the inauguration to amend Resolution 3. There was not a motion to adopt amendment or Resolution number 3. So at this point in time, it was moved by the Alderwoman from the 1st, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 7th, that we adopt Resolution number 3. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Alderman from the 3rd, you're recognized on the first reading of Resolution number 4.
And he actually made the motion. No.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask for unanimous consent on resolution number 4.
Hearing no objection, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Resolution number 4 is pertaining to aldermanic and mailing expense accounts. And I would ask for folks' favorable consideration on resolution number 4.
Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 12th.
It stays the same.
Okay, thank you. Madam President, members of the board, in honor of our former colleague, the Alderman from the 23rd Ward, I would feel remiss if we did not talk about the mailing of the postage stamps, and I was hoping that the Alderman from the 3rd would yield.
Alderman from the 3rd yields questioning from the Alderwoman from the 12th.
No. Madam President, yes, I will.
Okay.
Alderwoman, you may proceed.
I would just wish the Alderman would at least give some kind of homage to the Alderman from the 23rd, because I feel some kind of way that we're having a discussion about postage and mailing, and we don't have him here to bring his point of view. So I just want him to know that I'm here thinking about you, Joe former Alderman Joe Vaccaro, and I'm bringing up mailing so that your issue does not go away.
I appreciate that, Alderwoman. No slight or indifference to the Alderman from the 4th Ward who currently represents those neighborhoods, but I would do my best impression of Peter from the Family Guy to pay an homage to our former colleague from the 23rd, but I do it no justice. And I think for those of you that are newer to the board, we used to have a very robust conversation about postage that would generally last about 45 minutes, talking about stamps. And so we have modernized our process with postage. Happy to report on that. And this is no change from the previous resolution that we passed in the previous session. But Joe Vaccaro, hope you're healthy and well and happy as you're possibly even watching today's discussion. So thank you for the shout out to our former colleague.
And with that, I have no further questions because I'm silly now. Okay, thank you.
We are still, I think, waiting for a second on your...
Second.
Okay. It was any further discussion. It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 3rd, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 12th, that we adopt a resolution number 4. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Resolution 5 introduced by President Green and Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Last day for introduction of board bills.
Alderwoman from the 10th, you're recognized on the first reading of resolution number 5.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the board, I move or unanimous consent on resolution number 5.
Hearing no objection, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Resolution number 5 establishes the last day for introducing board bills of this session. It would be Friday, February 7th, 2025. 2026, I'm sorry.
You'd like to make a motion to adopt?
Yes, I would like to make the motion that we adopt resolution number 5.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 7th, that we adopt resolution number 5. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
That's the extent of first reading of resolutions and reference to committee.
Second reading resolutions, committee reports and adoptions.
We have none.
We can dispense with line item 21. Courtesy resolutions.
We have none.
Can dispense with line item 22. We will also dispense with line item 23, miscellaneous and unfinished business. Announcements.
We have none.
Any further announcements? Any further announcements? Seeing none, Alderwoman from the 12th.
Just a point of inquiry, are we going to meet? Is that
Yes. When we adjourn, we are going to make an to adjourn.
But I thought at that time you're going to say until Monday. Okay.
Yes. Thank you. Alderwoman from the 1st.
I have a motion for adjournment, but if it's not time yet, I will wait.
Excused Alderman. All members are present. Alderwoman from the 1st, you're recognized on the motion to adjourn.
Thank you. I move that we adjourn for a special meeting on Monday, April 21st at 10 a.m.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 1st, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 7th, that we adjourn until Monday, April 21st at 10 a.m. in the Board of Aldermen chambers. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned.